Prior to calling the meeting to order, I'd like to conduct our legislative caucus. So following our caucus, I will call the meeting to order. Mr. Truesdale will call the roll. The invocation this evening will be led by Councilwoman Rawls, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilman Rodriguez. For communications this evening, we are joined by Mr. Cedric Humphrey, the Assistant City Clerk, who will share a presentation, City Council's Year in Review. We will then move to courtesy of the floor, followed by the approval of minutes for the legislative session that occurred on November 25th, 2025, and the approval of the minutes for the special legislative session that occurred on December 9th, 2025. You will hear reports from the following committees. I will deliver a report from the Administration Committee on the work session of December 9th, 2025. Vice President Green will deliver a report on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee on the work session of December 9th, 2025. Councilman Jones, our Public Safety Chair, will share a report on the work session that occurred on December 9th, 2025. And Councilman Rodriguez, our Public Works Committee Chair, will deliver a report on the work session that occurred on December 9th, 2025. There are no ordinances for first reading. Ordinances for amendment, we have Bill 12 of 2025, Bill 13 of 2025, Bill 14 of 2025, and Bill 15 of 2025. Ordinances for final passage, Bill 12 of 2025, Bill 13 of 2025, Bill 14 of 2025, and Bill 15 of 2025. We will then move to resolutions. The first resolution for consideration is Resolution 74 of 2025, which we will vote upon. Resolution 86 of 2025, we will vote upon. Resolution 87 of 2025, we will vote upon. Resolution 88 of 2025, we will vote upon. Resolution 89 of 2025, we will vote upon. Resolution 90 of 2025, we will vote upon. Resolution 91 of 2025, we will vote upon. And Resolution 92 of 2025, we will vote upon. Is there any old business for discussion, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Any new business? Okay, Vice President Green, any other new business? Okay, and then we will adjourn. Okay, if everybody is ready to begin, the time is 6:08 p.m. I would like to call our legislative session to order. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Daniels? Ms. Daniels? Ms. Davis?
Present.
Ms. Green?
Present.
Mr. Jones?
Here.
Ms. Rawls?
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Ms. Hill?
Present. The invocation will be led by Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, President Hill. I just want us all to take a moment. The holidays are coming up. The weather is getting cold, snowstorms. Just thinking of people who are less fortunate, who are not excited for the holidays and are just trying to get through them. I just want us to take a moment and think of everyone in need for a moment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rawls. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Rodriguez.
All rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. For communications this evening, we are joined by Assistant City Clerk, Mr. Cedric Humphrey, who will share City Council's year in review. Mr. Humphrey?
Thank you, President Hill.
Like I've said, my name is Cedric Humphrey. I'm the Assistant City Clerk, and I'm just really quickly going to share the 2025 Harrisburg City Council Year in Review, and we'll take a little stroll down memory lane as we wrap up this last session of the year. So starting out with some committee work and legislative highlights. In 2025, the Harrisburg City Council continued its work with a focus on oversight, transparency, and collaboration. The committee leadership remained as President Hill, the chair of the Administration Committee, Vice President Green, Budget and Finance Committee, Councilwoman Daniels, Community and Economic Development, Councilwoman Davis, Building and Housing, Councilwoman Rawls, Parks, Recreation, and Enrichment, Councilman Rodriguez, Public Works, and Councilman Jones, Public Safety. Over the year, Council completed several key legislative actions, including approving multiple land development plans, including the landmark Penmark project, which also required a zoning map amendment and a public hearing prior to its adoption, filling all boards and commissions for which Council holds the appointing authority, ensuring full and effective membership across the adversary bodies, authorizing routine operational legislation, including contracts, appointments, and administrative approvals necessary for city functions, and tonight, adopting the 2026 budget, completing Council's annual fiscal responsibilities. This year, Council held several targeted policy work sessions to gather information, review performance, and promote new ideas and increase transparency. The topics included a policy work session around the Center for Employment Opportunities, providing opportunities for supporting reentry and workforce development, an active boards and commissions policy work session where we reviewed vacancies and the appointment processes and ensured that the bodies remain engaged and functional, and an ARPA spending update, a policy work session around the status of the remaining allocations from Bill 5 of 2023, and Council received progress updates on the currently funded projects. These sessions strengthen Council's oversight role and help inform decision-making. Recognizing our community, throughout 2025, Council celebrated residents and organizations whose achievements and contributions strengthen the cultural, athletic, and creative fabric of Harrisburg. This year, Council proudly recognized the Harrisburg Boys Smurf football team, who were a rowdy bunch, to say the least, if you were here that night, the Harrisburg Flea, and Open Stage Harrisburg. These recognitions reflect Council's gratitude for the individuals and the organizations who inspire pride and strengthen our city's sense of community. This year, we also recognized the retirement of City Clerk Michael Parker and celebrated the kindness and positivity and the friendly spirit he brought to City Hall. He was always someone who greeted others with warmth and made the workplace feel welcoming, and his upbeat attitude, helpfulness, and genuine care for the people around him made a lasting impression on staff, council members, and visitors alike. He was a bright spot in the building, and his presence will be missed and has certainly been missed since he's left us. Engaging our community, Council remained active and visible throughout the community, engaging directly with residents through events including a town hall series in partnership with the Harrisburg School District, which launched in October to create an open forum for conversations on education, safety, and community priorities. The National African American Read-In at Marshall, where council members and office staff joined students and teachers in celebrating literacy, culture, and Black authors. Council also participated in the city's annual holiday parade, celebrating community pride and holiday spirit, and as always, participated in National Night Out, where the council connected with families, neighbors, and law enforcement to support community, safety, and trust building. And there were several council-supported events and initiatives this year as well. Council proudly supported initiatives and citywide events that brought residents together, including Hotspot Saturdays in its third iteration. This year, they removed 78.4 tons of illegal dumping, and as a total have now surpassed 200 tons of illegal dumping waste that's been removed from the city since the program's inception. And the program also was part of the reason why there was an award, the Keep PA Beautiful Award. Pre-trick-or-treat night, as always, in partnership with the Harrisburg Fire Department. The second annual Des Mangus Classic, continuing the celebration of a beloved coach in the city and supporting youth athletics. And the SNAP program meal distribution, where on November 7th, Councilman Rodriguez, Crawdaddies, and the Public Works team fed over 300 hot meals to residents that had lost their SNAP benefits due to the federal shutdown. And all of this work took place at our Public Works building on Paxton Street. This year, several council members were able to attend the National League of Cities Conference in Salt Lake City. Council members represented Harrisburg at the 2025 NLC Conference, where they participated in sessions on housing, public safety, infrastructure, and municipal innovation, engaged with local leaders from across the country, shared Harrisburg's priorities, and highlighted challenges effective with local governments. And the attendance at the NLC reinforced council's commitment to professional development and informed policymaking. And so looking back at 2025 by the numbers, this year, Harrisburg City Council considered 92 resolutions, 15 bills, including the 2026 proposed budget, which will be voted on tonight. There were 9 land development plans approved by council. Altogether, council heard over 2 hours of public comment during meetings, which is always my favorite thing to go back and look up when making this PowerPoint, and held 3 policy work sessions focused on employment opportunities, boards and commissions, and Bill 5 2023 ARPA spending. And like always, Harrisburg City Council is nothing without the community that it serves. In 2026, we want to hear from more residents in the city, more of you. So you can join us for a meeting. Work sessions occur every first and third Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Legislative sessions every second and fourth Tuesday at 6 p.m. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, subscribe to the city's YouTube channel where all of the meetings are streamed. And you can also check out the city calendar for exciting events and upcoming meetings.
Thank you very much. I always look forward to our year in review because it's a great reminder of the hard work that we do throughout the year. So thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey.
Thank you.
We will now move on with our meeting agenda to courtesy of the floor. Just a few housekeeping notes before we begin. If you're interested in offering any public comment, please state your name and your address for the meeting record. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address, please share the vicinity in which you live within the city. You will have 4 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Truesdale will serve as our timekeeper. I think he's going to add a timer to the screen. And I will begin to my right. Is there anyone that would like to offer public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing no one. Anyone in the middle section? Seeing and hearing no one. Anyone to my left? Seeing and hearing no one, we will move forward with our meeting agenda. Next, we have the approval of minutes for the legislative session that occurred on November 25th, 2025. Council members, are there any revisions to those meeting minutes? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the minutes stand approved. Next, we have the approval of minutes for the legislative session, the special legislative session that occurred on December 9th, 2025. Are there any revisions to those meeting minutes? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the minutes stand approved. We will now move forward with reports of committees. I will deliver the first report on behalf of the Administration Committee on the work session of December 9th, 2025. On Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, Harrisburg City Council hosted a work session. The Administration Committee met to discuss 1 bill and 2 resolutions. The first bill was Bill 15 of 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 2-701, Compensation of Elected Officials of Title II Administrative Code to adjust the compensation of the elected officials of the City of Harrisburg. The interim business administrator, Mr. Sam Sokowski, was present to discuss the bill. I would like to note for the meeting record, Mayor Williams was not present to discuss Bill 15 of 2025. Mr. Sokowski shared information relating to other mayoral salaries, other city treasurer salaries, other city controller salaries, and other city council salaries, some, not all, of which are part-time roles. Of course, the mayor salaries that he shared are full-time roles, but the majority of the remaining salaries are part-time. Council members asked questions Relating to the bill, some shared their thoughts on the bill. At the time of the work session, I tabled the bill. At that time, we wanted to review the document that Mr. Solkowski was referencing during his presentation of the bill. The next day, he shared it, so that's why you'll see it on our legislative session agenda this evening for a formal vote. I recommend to my council members to vote as you please on Bill 15 of 2025. I will be voting no, and I will share my thoughts later. So that was Bill 15 of 2025. Next, Resolution 86 of 2025, a resolution authorizing the City of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a professional services contract with Steve Zimmerman to provide access and service of the city's historical mainframe programming operations and related services in the Bureau of Information Technology. Mr. Steve Bortner was present to discuss Resolution 86 of 2025. Mr. Bortner serves as the IT director for the City of Harrisburg. He shared that Mr. Zimmerman assists with the day-to-day operations, data requests on the mainframe. He assists with exporting the data from the mainframe. He noted that Mr. Zimmerman's hourly rate in 2025 was $100. There is an increase this year to $115 per hour, equating to $120,000 for the year. There was one question that I asked. I asked, how long do we anticipate the need for Mr. Zimmerman's services? As we all know, this is a recurring agreement every year. Mr. Bortner noted that he anticipates the need of Mr. Zimmerman's services for the full year of 2026 and partially through the following year of 2027. I encourage my colleagues to support Resolution 86 of 2025 as the city continues to migrate off of the historic mainframe. Next, Resolution 89 of 2025, a resolution approving the extension of the Broad Street Market lease and management agreement between the City of Harrisburg and the Broad Street Market Alliance. Solicitor Grover was present to discuss Resolution 89 of 2025. The request is to extend the current lease until December of 2026. He mentioned a grant for renovation of the Stone Building, but he also mentioned that a long-term plan is needed. Meetings will begin in January. Questions, council members asked the following questions, really relative to the tent. What is the city paying? How long are we going to pay that rate? Mr. Grover shared that there are 3 separate leases currently present, one with the tent, one with the land. And I think it's unfortunate that today a wall collapsed at the market, so it seems timely that we're having this discussion. I really do hope that whatever meetings of smaller groups are coming together with either the Broad Street Market Alliance Board, the members of the administration that are active in the process of the rebuild of the market, members of the public, whoever is a part of these meetings, I hope that they do begin in January and that we have some type of resolve or something to share with members of the public, residents, and all lovers of the Broad Street Market. So I encourage my colleagues to support Resolution 89 of 2025 as a means to continue this painstaking work of rebuilding the Broad Street Market. This concludes the report for the Administration Committee and the work of the Administration Committee for 2025. The next report will be delivered by Vice President Green, our Budget and Finance Committee Chair, on the work session of December 9th, 2025. Vice President Green.
Thank you, President Hill. During the work session of December 9th, 2025, the Budget and Finance Committee met to discuss Bill 14 of 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 5-503, Tax Abatement and Exemption of Title V, Licensing and Taxation Code, to further extend the statutory termination date by 1 year to December 31st, 2026. This was discussing LERTA. We had a presentation by Mr. Graves as well as Ms. Gloria Martin Roberts, where they told us that there was a draft available of the new LERTA bill, but it was with the being sent to the school district and waiting on a response. And until we got a response back from the school district, we couldn't move forward because this has to be a collaboration between all parties. And then we also discussed Resolution 87 of 2025, a resolution authorizing the city of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a collective bargaining, I'm just making stuff up. Enter into a collection agreement with the city, the Harrisburg School District for the collection of the business privilege and mercantile tax and the amusement tax for the 2026 tax year. This is something that comes before us every year so that we can collect the mercantile and the amusement tax for the school district. I would ask that my colleagues support both Bill 14 and Resolution 87. While in December, the Budget and Finance Committee also met several times throughout the month of December to host a series of 4 budget hearings about the proposed City of Harrisburg 2026 budget. As we went through each department, we had a presentation from department heads regarding their department goals, demographics, and answering any questions council members presented prior to the presentation. Council members also asked administration members questions regarding their budget and their presentation at the budget hearings. I would like to thank all department heads and the administration for participating in the budget hearings, as well as my colleagues for taking the time to review the budget and ask insightful questions to ensure transparency for the residents of Harrisburg. I just want to remind everyone that in order for Harrisburg to move forward, one of the most important things we can do is have respectful and honest discourse between council and the administration, because in the end, we should all have the same goal of making Harrisburg better. We are the capital city, and we want to make it the best place for all who reside here, including us. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Green. The next report will be delivered by Councilman Jones, our Public Safety Committee Chair, on the work session of December 9th, 2025.
Thank you, President Hill. On December 9th of 2025, the Public Safety Committee held a work session where we discussed Resolution 92 of 2025. Resolution 92 of 2025 is a resolution approving, adopting, and placing into immediate effect Dauphin County 2025 Emergency Operations Plan as the official emergency operations plan of the City of Harrisburg. Present to discuss Resolution 92 of 2025 was Senior Deputy Chief Michael Salder. We talked about the need for this emergency operations plan. We discussed how local, county, and state government would implement this plan, being on the same page with shared information. Also, as this resolution is passed, it will allow certain funding dollars to roll in that regard. Council really had no questions. Most of my colleagues understood the resolution and the need for it thereof. Deputy Chief Salder was thanked for his presentation and explanation of it. And this will conclude the business of the Public Safety Committee. And again, I would ask my colleagues to support Resolution 92 of 2025.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. The final committee report you will hear this evening will be delivered by our Public Works Committee Chair, Councilman Rodriguez, on the work session of December 9th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam President. And please bear with me to my colleagues and those in attendance. I'd like to consolidate just my point of view of the budget hearings in collaboration with my report. Over the past several weeks, City Council has dedicated a significant amount of time and energy reviewing the administration's budget and evaluating its vision for a more fiscally responsible City of Harrisburg. Before sharing my remarks, I want to formally commend my colleagues on Council for your leadership throughout the process. Council, I applaud you. The public is not always aware of the long hours involved during budget season. Twice during this process, I found myself getting home after midnight, and I would do it all again for the residents of the city. I cannot forget the administration's preparation and the presentation of the city's proposed 2026 budget. A huge thank you to our city clerk's office, our city clerk, Mr. Jared Truesdale, and deputy or assistant clerk, Mr. Humphreys, for everything. From working on the fly to ensuring we were accommodated. They didn't miss a beat, and I have to thank you gentlemen on the record for your efforts. Still, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge every department's director and staff for taking the time to stay late on occasion to share this information. Passing a budget that serves more than 50,000 residents and countless businesses is no small task. It requires us to set aside our interests and approach this work collectively with the responsibility to represent every ward and every precinct in our city. This process demands that we put aside ambitions, considerations, or differences and focus solely on making the best possible effort for the people of Harrisburg. So in addition to the budget itself, Bill 12 of 2025, one of the most discussed matters for us has been Bill 15 of 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 2-701 of the Administrative Code to adjust compensation of elected officials in the city of Harrisburg. I want to be clear. This process has not been perfect. I would have welcomed the presence of Madam Mayor during the certain discussions to address some of the difficult questions raised, particularly regarding the timing of the legislation and how such adjustments may impact future candidates for public office. At times, discussions became personal, and I believe that energy could have been better redirected toward the public interest. For me, this is not about an increase or decrease in my salary. The residents of this city, as well as this council, know I've personally given portions of my salary for the residents on more than one occasion and would happily do it again. As with any legislative process, there's always room for improvements, stronger collaboration, and better communication, and I pray the proceedings to follow this evening are a demonstration of such. That said, my responsibility as a councilman is not to govern based on personal feeling or opinions alone, but to reflect the voices of the people we serve. Throughout this budget season, I've listened closely to residents, former officials, and business leaders who share thoughtful and informative perspectives on both the budget and the proposed compensation adjustments. Former City Councilman and Harrisburg resident, Mr. Bruce Weber, spoke to the importance of increasing compensation for elected officials and referenced earlier efforts alongside Dr. Eric Waters to pursue similar legislation just years ago. Also, Dr. Waters himself has publicly announced how such adjustments can be critical to attracting and retaining qualified, committed leadership for the future of our city. Additionally, Mr. Ed Jarrett, a Harrisburg resident and local business owner, noted that the last mayor's compensation adjustment occurred in around 2013. When accounting for inflation and cost of living increases over more than a decade, the proposed adjustments align closely with what could be considered modest and reasonable annual increase over time. As the capital city of Pennsylvania, it is appropriate that the leadership structure reflects both responsibility and accountability. We also heard from Henry Hill, a Harrisburg resident and member of the Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority. Mr. Hill acknowledged the transparency of this year's budget process and commended council for its thorough questioning and public engagement. While the ICA's formal report will follow the budget's passage, his insight was both valuable and constructive. Furthermore, the people of the city of Harrisburg entrusted us with their votes with the expectation that we would make decisions not only for today, but for the long-term health of this city. Every administrative and legislative actions carries both positive and negative consequences, and it's our duty to weigh those outcomes carefully. As an elected official, I must put aside I and continue to think about Harrisburg, not just in the present moment or who holds a current seat, but 10, 20, and 30 years into the future. I must also acknowledge the past mayors, councils, council members, treasurers, controllers, and public servants who laid the groundwork that would even allow us to have the conversation here today. At the same time, I must prioritize, and I have to reiterate this, I must prioritize the residents who keep this city functioning every day. I believe the council's objective is to make decisions that support Harrisburg's continued economic recovery, sustained growth, and eventual exit from Act 47. I pray the decisions we make today will leave behind a stronger capital city for future grandchildren, both yours and mine. Now with committee business, first and foremost, I'd like to celebrate Councilwoman Shemaine Daniels, who I believe may be presiding over her final council meeting tonight, if all goes well with the budget. Thank you, Councilwoman Daniels. Your service for over a decade is an accomplishment to celebrate. Thank you for your unique perspective and approach to being a legislator. On December 9th of 2025, the Public Works Committee met to discuss 3 resolutions: Resolution 88 of 2025, Resolution 90 of 2025, and Resolution 91 of 2025. Joining us were Director David West, Deputy Director Kevin Jackson, and Department Manager Mr. John Watson. Questions from the council were minimal, but there were many salutations and congratulations to the Public Works Department for their ongoing excellent work. Some statements from the council expressed appreciation that we can ensure students are traveling safely to and from school when it's icy due to the benefits of Resolution 90 of 2025, and noted that the department continues to generate revenue under Resolution 91 of 2025. The committee chair moved to have all 3 resolutions on the floor this evening for a vote, and I ask my colleagues to support them in the affirmative. That concludes the report from the Public Works Committee from the work session of 12/9 of 2025, and happy holidays, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. We don't have any ordinances for first reading. If everybody is your pleasure, I would like to move to resolutions before discussing the ordinances for amendment and ordinances for final passage. So we will move to resolutions. The first resolution for consideration this evening is Resolution 74 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 74, 2025, a resolution approving the preliminary/final land development plan for 333 Market Street submitted by Bradley Jones of Harristown Development Corporation to convert vacant office space into residential units and associated site and access improvements.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 74 of 2025?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilman Jones?
Was council, I know you guys had asked for something from Mr. Jones, some more information. I know we were tied up 3-3. Did everybody get what they needed?
It's my understanding I only received a letter from Mr. Jones, and I don't think it provided the clarity that was requested. So I will be voting no on Resolution 74 of 2025.
Okay, yeah, I was a yes vote on this, but I know I wanted my colleagues to make sure they had clarity. So, I mean, I guess the vote's going to be what it's going to be.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 74 of 2025? As I mentioned, I will be voting no. My concern lies with the lack of information regarding the third party that will be involved. So I will be voting no. Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
one more time. We saw you take yourself off mute, but the sound didn't come through.
I'm off mute. I'm off mute. That's a yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can. Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
there you go. Ms. Davis,
No.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
No.
Resolution 74, 2025 passes by a vote of 4-3.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 86 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record? It was 5-2.
I thought Davis said no, or Councilwoman Davis said no.
She did. We both said no.
And then Rawls?
She said yes.
My apologies. Clarification, the vote passed by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 86 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 86, 2025, a resolution authorizing the City of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a professional services contract with Steve Zimmerman to provide access and service of the city's historical mainframe, programming operations, and related services in the Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 86 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 86, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 87 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 87, 2025, a resolution authorizing the City of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a collection agreement with the Harrisburg School District for the collection of the business privilege and mercantile tax and the amusement tax for the 2026 tax year.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 87 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 87, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 88 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 88, 2025, a resolution authorizing the City of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into an intergovernmental cooperation agreement with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of General Services for the purpose of authorizing the city to provide municipal solid waste, refuse, industrial, lunchroom, office waste, and recycling collection and disposal services for designated DGS facilities within the city.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 88 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 88, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 89 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 89, 2025, a resolution approving the extension of the Broad Street Market lease and management agreement between the City of Harrisburg and the Broad Street Market Alliance.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 89 of 2025?
Yes, Madam President.
Councilman Rodriguez?
I just had a question for legal, Solicitor Grover. Are there any updates yet on the current state of the brick building in regards to what happened today? I'm just not sure if that information would be pertinent to the lease.
I don't think it's pertinent to the lease because they're not
Right.
controlling the brick building until it's repaired.
Right, right.
The update, as far as I know, is that the engineers and architects were out there today because we have an insurance carrier. They have an engineer had been involved previously. They're coming back to Harrisburg this week, I think with the engineers that we have, and they will have a report, as I understand it, tentatively on Thursday.
I just wanted to ensure that we were doing our due diligence to see if this would stagnate the process at all or how this would play into anything,
The lease really is about
the land or.
well, no, it's about the stone building and a grant from the Commonwealth to do some renovations there that they
Gotcha.
need a full year's lease in order to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 89 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 89, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 90 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 90, 2025, a resolution authorizing the City of Harrisburg to negotiate and enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Harrisburg School District to provide salt to the school district at a price of $125 per ton during the 2025-2026 winter season.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 90 of 2025? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 90, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 91 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 91, 2025, a resolution authorizing the renewal of a services agreement with Penn Waste Incorporated to continue to serve as the city's single-stream recycling disposal service.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 91 of 2025? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 91, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Our final resolution for this evening is Resolution 92 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Resolution 92, 2025, a resolution approving, adopting, and placing into immediate effect the Dauphin County 2025 Emergency Operations Plan as the official emergency operations plan of the City of Harrisburg.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Resolution 92 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Resolution 92, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to begin with the ordinances for amendment. I'd like to begin with Bill 12 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 12, 2025, an ordinance establishing the budget for the municipal government of the City of Harrisburg for the year 2026.
Thank you. I would like to, I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules for discussion.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. McCutcheon to the microphone. Is this appropriate for the other funds discussion? Okay, thank you. I will defer to our Budget and Finance Committee Chair, Vice President Green, to lead discussion.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. McCutcheon. I know you said that you wanted to take some time just to go over city fund balances and things like that. So if you'd like to go over that, we are here for your pleasure.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you, President Hill. Good evening, everyone. City Council members, Brian McCutcheon, Accounting Manager, Budget and Finance. And just a real quick update. And I wanted to actually prepare a schedule summary to distribute to council members today, but there was additional proofing work associated with some of the budget information. But relative to the current year, 2025, the two main funds, of course, include the general fund and neighborhood services. And for the general fund, right now, it's very rough because there are ongoing revenue that's coming in, quite significant revenue, and we still have to process 2 check runs and 2 payrolls before the end of this month. But right now, what I'm seeing is approximately for year-to-date revenue for the general fund will be, and again, this is a projection, 80.2 million versus anywhere between 76 and 77 million in expenses. So that works out to anywhere between $3 and $4 million of net revenue for the year, which of course is a favorable thing to report. What that does to the city's cash fund balance, based on that, we should be somewhere around 21.5 million by the end of the year for the general fund. And in a comparable way for neighborhood services, and again, that includes mainly the city's trash collection revenue sources and involving the three boroughs. But right now what I'm seeing is approximately a break-even result for the year, where revenue will approximate 21.9 million versus the same amount in expense. So that would get us somewhere around 5.5 million in cash fund balance for the neighborhood service fund by year end. So what I can do, the schedule or summary schedule I had in mind to distribute to you, I'm going to, of course, keep pushing to work on that, and I can distribute that to you hopefully before the end of this week, just to give you a better solid update. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCutcheon. I appreciate your diligence. I think that's useful information as we're evaluating the 2026 proposed budget. So thank you for that. Shall I move into amendments, or did you want to do Bill 15 first? All right. I will turn it back over to President Hill.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I will entertain a motion to resume our legislative session.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We will now move to Bill 15 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 15, 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 2-701, Compensation of Elected Officials of Title II Administrative Code to adjust the compensation of the elected officials of the City of Harrisburg.
President,
Yes.
you still had a bill on the floor and open when you moved to this one without asking for amendments to it.
Well, we have to act on Bill 15 prior to amendments to the budget, is my understanding.
Yeah, I think just to formally table Bill 12 for the moment because you
Okay.
have two open bills on the floor.
Okay. I'll move to table Bill 12 of 2025 for the moment.
So moved.
Thank you. Okay. So before us, we have one bill, Bill 15 of 2025, which Mr. Truesdale just read into the record. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 15 of 2025?
I do have a statement more than a concern.
Sure, Councilwoman Rawls.
So Bill 15, which speaks about the compensation of elected officials, which I know is a huge topic. When I first heard the bill, I initially definitely, in my mind, thought, yes. I think separating the person from the seat, a raise is necessary in speaking of the mayoral seat and other elected officials, even in the treasurer's department where they've just now resumed hours to 4 p.m. And then I got an overwhelming amount of emails from my constituents, the residents of Harrisburg, who feel there should be no raises. Our city is in distress. The way our city looks, the way our city feels, that money could be used in a better way. Although it is a small portion, which interim acting business administrator, Mr. Sokolsky, sent us and said it's only $65,000 out of the $88 million budget. Small, yes, but couldn't that money be used somewhere else? Another thing, I never asked for a raise. as a council member. I'm not here in this seat for the money. I'm here to help the residents of Harrisburg, to be their voice, is why they elected me. Was because where they are not speaking, I am. When they are in rooms, not in rooms that I am speaking like now. Everybody in the city is not here. Not even a portion of the residents are, but they still reached out in their own voice and asked no. So for me, although, yes, I do believe setting aside the mayoral seat other than all the other elected officials, that seat does need a raise. But now is not the time, and my residents of Harrisburg have said that. So when they reach out to me and say no or yes, I vote the way that they asked me to, because they placed me in this seat for that reason. So I didn't want anyone to assume or guess or make believe on why my answer was no. I wanted to speak on why I'm voting no tonight, why I've changed my mind, is because the residents of Harrisburg who reached out to me have asked me to. And I believe in what they need for the city and what we need for the city, and I will be voting no on Bill 15, because one, I don't need a raise and I haven't asked for one, and two, the residents of Harrisburg want better for this city, and I agree with them, and I will stand with them on that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rawls. Councilman Jones?
Yeah, thank you, Council President Hill. Yeah, my no is still the same. I just wanted to reiterate and to follow up with Councilwoman Rawls and Council President Hills had addressed it. This is something that Council did not ask for, but I can get it on both sides. That inflation, all of these different things that we're dealing with as a city and as individuals when it comes to pay. But again, I just don't think that we're operating properly. Our process isn't correct, and that's why my no is that. Again, not to shun my colleagues or anything, but I just don't think that this is the right time. And I will be willing to revisit this at a later date, just not today. So again, I'm sticking with my no.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Any other questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 15 of 2025?
Yes, thank you, President Hill.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments, and good evening. The issue of salary adjustments for elected officials has been revisited on several occasions, yet compensation has remained unchanged for roughly 2 decades. With salary increases being planned in the 2026 budget, my focus is specifically on the proposed salaries of the mayor and council. While I do not support the large increases that are being suggested, I believe a measured adjustment is reasonable. Given the passage of time and the evolving responsibilities of city leadership, I believe it is appropriate to act on this initiative now while maintaining a conservative approach. With that said, I make a motion to amend, I don't know if I need to make a motion, but amend the proposed budget to establish the 2026 salary for the mayor at $90,000 and council members at $22,250 each. This proposal is designed to acknowledge the mayor's role by setting compensation at a level consistent with other third-class cities across Pennsylvania. The proposed $90,000 salary places Harrisburg's mayor in line with comparable municipalities. This proposal is also designed to maintain council salaries responsibly at $22,250. Harrisburg's council members already earn more than their counterparts in other third-class cities where council service is also part-time but full-time responsibilities. This adjustment acknowledges that reality while still recognizing the value of our work, ensuring compensation remains fair without moving into overly generous increases. This amendment represents a careful and balanced step forward. It provides a modest adjustment after 2 decades without change, while ensuring that compensation remains appropriate given Harrisburg's position as a capital city relative to other third-class municipalities. Rather than pursuing larger increases, this proposal offers a measured solution that supports fairness, acknowledges the responsibilities of city leadership, and enforces the city's commitment to fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Is there a second? There is a motion to amend on the table. Is there a second? Okay.
I would just add my discussion in.
Okay, that's fine.
Just kind of comments. This isn't a new discussion as far as increasing compensation for elected officials. It's been talked about for several years by several different elected officials. And I've heard from many residents who feel like there should be an increase to the salaries of elected officials for the work that's being done, but then also to ensure that it is comparable and competitive to our surrounding regions. I think that it's important that as we look at this, we have to separate people from positions, not just the mayoral position, but also council positions, treasurer's positions, and understand that even if you're not the biggest fan of some of the elected officials, that the residents have chosen to vote these people in. So it's not like we're making the choice of who takes the seat. So I think that this is our opportunity to increase the salary for the elected officials, and so I will be supporting it.
Great, thank you. I just wanted, are there any other potential amendments on the floor? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I'd like to move to final passage for Bill 15 of 2025.
You have to get through that whole section of the thing. I think you know the intentions now, but you have to get through amendments first. So.
Well, then I'll make my final comments on Bill 15 of 2025. I have thought long and hard about Bill 15 of 2025. If I'm being honest, I am disappointed that Mayor Williams was not present to discuss the bill during the work session on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. As I've shared previously, Harrisburg City Council did not request this legislation. The legislation was requested by Mayor Williams. I understand the never-ending role of a member of Harrisburg City Council. However, we knew what we signed up for when we decided to run for public office. I feel very strongly that instead of a raise, the mayor, her administration, and Harrisburg City Council should focus their energy on the number of issues present within our city. There are many blighted properties throughout the city of Harrisburg, dark streets with no lights, a dying downtown, no real plan to spur economic development, and a parking system that will drive anyone away. These are just some of the issues that should be discussed and acted upon instead of a raise. I would like to remind everyone that the city treasurer's office recently resumed regular business hours. Finally, I can count the number of times Mayor Williams called this council incompetent under my leadership, and she wants a raise. The answer is no. Okay, so I move to resume discussion on Bill 12 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record again?
Bill 12, 2025, an ordinance establishing the budget for the municipal government of the City of Harrisburg for the year 2026.
Okay, I will defer to Vice President Green to lead discussion surrounding amendments.
Thank you, President Hill. So I will read any amendments that were sent in beforehand by council members. I will move each of these amendments. Each of these amendments then will need a second before they can be voted on. To make it clear, all these amendments are not from me, but I will move every amendment. Amendment number 1, to increase the city clerk's 2026 salary to match the, I make a motion to amend the 2026 budget for the city council by increasing the proposed budget and salaries and wages for the position of city clerk to $80,765. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. Does anyone have any comments that they would like to make regarding this?
I do. I would like to note that I did not craft this amendment. If we're looking at salary for the city clerk and we want something comparable to that of our former retired city clerk, Mr. Parker was bilingual, and I think that has to be taken into consideration here. He was able to translate our documents, our meeting agendas, and our infographics for social media to ensure that we are able to connect with residents of our city. And without that translation, I think there is a small disconnect there. So that is why I made the decision to fund the city clerk's salary as an even $70,000.
Thank you, President Hill. I guess when I was looking at the budget in general, I felt like if the assistant clerk had been moved into the clerk's position, that you must have felt like he was qualified for the position, and so that the salary should then match the previous position. I will say that I wish it would have been more communication that the assistant clerk was moved into the clerk's position. I found that out through a conversation with the new clerk itself, where I took the time to congratulate him in his new role, as well as Mr. Humphrey moving into his new role. I just think as council members that would have been nice to have heard either from you or from the clerk, just like via email or something. Because
I'm sorry. I thought it was clear that was going to be the transition following Mr. Parker's retirement. But that's fine. Okay, I apologize. But I think that it is, I think that the fact that Mr. Parker was able to translate our documents and was a former Spanish teacher, he's bilingual, I think that is what I accounted for, and I think that it should be accounted for in the current city clerk salary.
Thank you. I do understand that, and this isn't like a back and forth. I was just finishing up what I was saying. But just to say that if we were looking for someone bilingual, I think that maybe we should look for a different candidate that, no offense, but someone that fit the bill if that's the entire bill we were looking for. And so that was just kind of my thought process when I was thinking about the salaries, just kind of going, if someone moved into the new position, I thought that the salary would stay the same. So I'll open it up to anyone else. Any other comments?
Yeah, for me, since I've been here, I'll just say this. I didn't take in consideration what President Hill said about bilingual. Mr. Parker did a wonderful job, and I just thought by moving into that space, it would naturally go into that, and I can understand Council President's concerns. But, for me, as far as I've been here, Mr. Truesdale has done a wonderful job for us as a body, not just myself, but just for us as a body. And I just want to give him my support, man. So, that's where I am.
Oh, I have something else. No, it's fine. We are still looking for someone who is bilingual to fill that gap. I would also like to note, Mr. Parker is a city resident. I think that needs to be noted too.
I just wanted to say I supported the raise due to the fact I did not take in account of the bilingual piece, and I agree we do need that here down at City Council for our documents, so we can stay connected with our residents who do not have English as a first language. But I do take in consideration the parts that our current city clerk plays in the roles of technology, information, and making sure we're up to date in those pieces. I think he brings a wealth of knowledge in those areas, and is always very diligent in our making our flyers, communications. I think a lot of things that I'm unable to do, he can do, so I was taking that into consideration. So I just was putting my 2 cents in there for that part.
I'll just kind of say, I was looking at it from the perspective of comparable to the colleagues. Also, there wasn't a line item for translation in the budget, so I didn't realize that City Council was deducting that, like, translation from a salary. But also, in the time that Mr. Truesdale has been a clerk, has moved up to this role, he has never failed to send a bill up to the mayor's office on time, and that is incredibly, incredibly important, more so than translation. Translation is something we could contract out. It's something we could, we have people in the comms department who can help with translation. I think as far as a legislative body, we need people to send things up on time. And that's like my reasoning.
Thank you, President Hill, and then Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that we are not able to utilize anyone in the communications department to translate anything for City Council. So I just wanted to note that per the mayor's direction.
Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. Yes, I was just looking at this from the perspective of a gradual growth process. If the $78,413 plus a 3% annual raise was Mr. Parker's salary, and Mr. Truesdale is just getting promoted, I think that somewhere in the middle that he should be, because Mr. Parker was here for many years and he had to work up to this. So just from that perspective, but otherwise, Mr. Truesdale has been a great city clerk, and I can't take anything away from him for that, so.
Any other comments or discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, if you wouldn't mind calling the vote.
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Green.
Ms. Davis.
Oh, this vote sheet's wrong. Ms. Davis,
No.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
No.
Amendment 1 passes by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you. Amendment number 2. I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget for the Department of Building and Housing by eliminating the general fund funding for the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of interim director for Building and Housing and Development.
So move.
That was the second. Thank you. Does anyone have any discussion?
Yes, I do. I offered this amendment. I would like to note the number of times that we invited the interim director of Building and Housing, Ms. Gloria Martin Roberts, to attend council meetings. So please bear with me. December 9th, 2025, the work session that was held, she was present to discuss Bill 14 of 2025, the LERTA extension. December 8th, 2025, that was the budget hearing. She attended. September 10th, 2025, the policy work session related to the non-ARPA funding. She did attend. July 29th, 2025, that was the special legislative session. to discuss the 2025 annual action plan. She confirmed her attendance. July 1st, 2025 annual action plan invite, interim director Martin Roberts noted inability to attend due to prior engagements, citing a vacation that was scheduled from June 1st through July 7th. I think it should have read July 1st through July 7th. January 7th, 2025, work session invitation. This was related to the ARPA funding. Mr. Solkowski responded saying that interim director Martin Roberts will not be attending. He cited that she provided a detailed written report for Q3 of 2024. And Mr. Solkowski offered to respond to any questions in writing if sent over and needing more specific responses. December 12th, 2024, that was a budget hearing. She confirmed her attendance. December 9th, 2024, that was a work session. Bill 9 of 2024, the LERTA extension. She confirmed her attendance. October 1st, 2024, a work session invitation was extended regarding the status updates on ARPA programs. Ms. Willingham emailed noting that Ms. Gloria Martin Roberts was not well at that time and she would not be in attendance. She did confirm her attendance prior on September 27th. September 17th, 2024, work session regarding ARPA fund updates. She cited prior arrangements. September 10th, 2024, legislative session related to Resolution 47 of 2024. She confirmed her attendance. And then September 3rd, 2024, work session relating to the same resolution, 47 of 2024. She cited having a previous commitment and she couldn't attend. July 30th, 2024 was a special legislative session discussing the annual action plan. She confirmed her attendance. July 2nd of 2024 was a work session. She was invited to discuss Resolution 41 of 2025, 24, which was the 2024 annual action plan. She confirmed her attendance. And then June 4th, 2024, a work session related to the Harrisburg Housing Authority Board of Directors consideration. She confirmed her attendance then. I offered this amendment because there's still nothing happening with the general fund portion of her salary related to community and economic development. So I say all this to say I shared her attendance and we've extended invitations time and time again over the past 2 years now. And sometimes she comes, sometimes she doesn't, and I just think it's a disservice to our residents. This information that's shared is critical. I still haven't received a response for the LERTA information that I asked for every single year, and the home funding. It's just, did we meet our benchmarks? Simple question. Still haven't received a response because Mr. Truesdale didn't share a date that it was needed. I think it's just unfortunate. I really wish that the position was opened up so that other talented and qualified residents could apply. So that's why I offered this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I did have something to say. I wanted to speak because I do agree with this amendment, but I wanted to say first, it's not a personal reason. I think at our last meeting that was brought up that there are personal tensions between council and Ms. Gloria Martin Roberts, and I want to say my decision on this is nothing personal. It's nothing personal against her. For me, it's the process and what's right here in our government. There's a process for someone to become a director. They do start as interim acting for a certain amount of days, and then they come down for a vote. I think it's been over 300 and some days, but I'm probably wrong. I think it's been even more than that. yeah, that it's been more than a year that she's been in this position, and we have no communication if she will be coming down for a vote. Is she going to be the director? And I think that we need to follow the processes. They are what keep us accountable. So I think that it's unfair for her to be in this position when there have not been correct processes followed. So I agree that the portion of the money that comes from our budget should be taken from her, and I do understand that she still gets federal portions of her money, but I do think we need to follow the correct processes when we have directors. So I do support this amendment for those reasons. Nothing personal.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Yes, thank you, Council Vice President Green and Councilwoman Rawls, for your sentiments. I too made this amendment, and my reason being, again, is the process isn't fair, and there was a statement made that this is personal. It is personal for me. This is personal that our residents get what they deserve. You know, when you're in a position of leadership, you have to be held accountable. What does accountability look like? You know, we have accountability when we call out these things, we get thrashed, and whether it's the media or social media, people will come after you. But I just want to stand on the side of righteousness. Again, the process is flawed. And for me, I think it's a disrespect to council when people have sat in this chair before. You know, you know what this process is. You're going to have to make tough decisions. There's going to be no's, there's going to be yays, there's going to be nays, and they're not always going to fall on the right side of what people feel they should. But I think in this instance, for us to be completely ignored, in my opinion, this is why I also made this amendment. So those are my sentiments.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam President, I just wanted to get your idea of why specifically moving them to the municipal host fee. Just for my,
It's not, we can't.
Oh.
So it's just, right now, it's just the funding, the portion of the funding in the general fund.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you, thank you.
Any other comments or questions regarding Amendment 2? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels? Ms. Daniels?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Davis? Yeah,
Yes, she knows.
she's here. She was just unmuting her mic.
Is it my turn?
Ms. Davis?
No.
Ms. Green?
No.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rawls?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Amendment 2 passes by a vote of 4-3.
Thank you very much. Amendment number 3. I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget for the Business Administrator's Office by eliminating the funding for the proposed 2026 budget under the salaries and wages for the position of Business Administrator.
You have a second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I guess I'll start here too. I also, help make this amendment, again, for the purpose of our process. The business administrator is definitely a vital role in city government. However, I've seen other governments or municipalities work without it. And just to the mere fact that there was a vote, I do give Mr. Salkowski kudos for at least coming in front of us and having that respect to be voted yay or nay. And for that, I just have to have respect in that regard. But again, there was a vote and it wasn't being followed. And so I just think this is a time, again, I know we're in a time where everyone wants to be politically correct. We want to pick a side or who we're with or who we're not with. I'm with the people of the city of Harrisburg. And I think that until we have that respect for our citizens, our residents here, I'm just going to be a continual voice that speaks in a regard that those phone calls that I get from my residents, the emails that I get from the residents, that like what is going on with the city of Harrisburg, what's happening, what's going on. And to the best of my ability, I try to speak to it. and be courageable about it and not worry about the repercussions or who's going to not like Lamont. Or, I was put here for a reason, and I'm going to hold to that in that regard of keep the people's voices heard and respected. So that's why I made my adjustments for this amendment.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding this? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No.
Ms. Green,
No.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Amendment 3 passes by a vote of 4-3.
Amendment number 4. I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget for the Department of Building and Housing by eliminating the funding for the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Project Director for Business Development and LERTA Administrator.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there anyone interested in discussion? Councilman Jones?
Yeah, I just think again, we've summoned, not summoned. I hate to use that word. I didn't make this amendment, but I'm going to support it because I think that as I go back in time and I just keep looking at these discussions that we're having, the same conversations are being held, and I hate for someone to pee on me and tell me it's raining. Not saying that this is the case here, but I just think that in this space, we're not really getting what I think we could with out of this department. And I'm not knowing if this person's hands are being tied behind their back because of other leadership, but I just don't think at this time we can continue down this path with no results.
Thank you. President Hill?
Thank you. I'll just note that we've been having the same conversation for 4 years now. And personally, I've been looking and waiting for a clear economic development plan to move this city forward. So I support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Ross?
I just wanted to add that this position is so important. Our downtown, our economic development is not where it needs to be. And we've been asking for a plan since I've been on council and probably before that. And there just hasn't been one. And I'm just very displeased with that. And so are the residents of Harrisburg. So that's why I do support this amendment.
Councilman Jones?
Yeah, just to be clear on it, for these type of amendments, this doesn't mean we don't want these individuals in the city of Harrisburg. I just think they could do better in a different department. This one is just not working for me.
I'll just make my little comments on this one. I will agree that the position has not been yielding the results that the residents of Harrisburg deserve. But I don't think it's the position. I don't know if it's what's being asked of the position. I don't know if the person's being stretched into too many different ways. I think this is a very important position. We talk about development. We talk about wanting more economic development. And as of right now, according to the administration, this is the only role doing that job. My question is, what other job is being done? Because we're not seeing that job being done. So I kind of am on the fence about this. I think the role is very much needed. I think it needs to be a better job, and perhaps that means a different person for the job. So that's my comments. President Hill?
Thank you. I'd just like to note that we've had successful business development and LERTA administrators. Even during the pandemic, the former business development LERTA administrator held online training certificate programs with Google, hosted regular co-working meetings for startups. So I don't know if it's the person, I don't know what what the disconnect is, but we've seen this role perform successfully. So maybe there's not a need to reinvent the wheel, but it's been done before.
Councilwoman Davis.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Hill. I just wanted to mention that if the disconnect is with the person, again, as my colleagues, Mr. Jones, Councilman Jones mentioned, it could go to another position. And it's okay that, you know, someone may not be suitable for a specific job. You know, they may be suitable for another position. Thank you.
Thank you. Just my final comment. I've made my decision. I will say that I'm going to vote not to support this because I think the role is needed, but I do think that we need to find someone more suitable for the position. But I think the role is needed, as noted by President Hill. This role has performed successfully in the past, so I can't say defunding the role gets us the results we want because that defunds the entire position.
So, Madam Vice President, would it be appropriate to amend the amendment, keeping the allocations in under the contingency of maybe an open?
We do not hire or fire. That is the role of the administration. We can have discussions with the administration, but we do not make that call. So we control the power of the purse, and so we fund, we defund, we can do that, but we cannot choose who stays in any role.
Well, I didn't mean choose at no regard, but maybe work in collaboration to ensure we're going back into a hiring phase. But I totally understand. It's just I hear the general common synopsis that the role is, you know, intricate for the city, but may just not be the individual currently. So I'd hate to wipe it away and not be able to fill it, but I do understand council's take on that. Thank you.
And I would hope that we could have a discussion with the administration as far as finding a better suited person for that role and maybe finding a better position for the other person, but I cannot guarantee that. It looks like legal has something.
I just want to make sure everyone understands what you're doing. You're reorganizing the government. So there will be no director of community economic development. There will be no business administrator. There's portions of the code that dictate that. And if you do this, there'll be no. So it's not that there'll be a position. It's not that there'll be a position to fill when you do it this way. So I'm just want to make clear that's what it will be. So then I'm not quite sure where it goes from then because I have to start pulling apart the code. For example, with the business administrator, what do you do because they have statutory duties?
Follow the process.
May I ask a question? So you mentioned, I guess this was last week, that the previous administration operated how long without a business director?
They did, but they had it budgeted. So I'm saying you're by eliminating the position, by defunding it, you are basically eliminating the position. It's going to be a zero position in the budget. So they searched for a business administrator. But frankly, I don't know why anyone's going to apply to my office or anyone's going to apply to any other office.
So
The city of Harrisburg, when the council defunds positions of existing employees. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that is one of the realities of what decisions you are making.
I think this is short of taking ourselves to court because there's law, and I asked you about this several times. That's on the books. The mayor has the right to appoint as long as council approves. He was voted down, yet he's still here.
I believe it's the longest legal opinion I've ever written was related to this issue 4 years ago.
So you're saying what we should do, and I asked you, but I think this would make the process something has to happen because we didn't approve this gentleman.
I understand.
Something has to happen. If I didn't win in the election, do I still take the seat?
I
can't do that,
sir. I'm just trying to make clear what the rearrangement does, and what happens.
So
from there.
How do we do this without removing the position?
Defunding the position.
I mean, isn't the BA slightly different because it is a statutory position? I think maybe the other ones are are being totally removed, but the VA will always exist because it's part of our.
But they cannot run a search for a position that has no funds, right? I mean, this is the issue. So you're going to have to come back, and the mayor's going to have to come back, and you guys are going to have to figure something out together. I mean, that's simply the reality of it.
So we've been asking.
We have,
So
and I
that's-
think the
yeah,
reality
that's the
too is
general.
certain jobs aren't being done. Our city is in a certain disarray because certain people hold certain roles and certain jobs that are so important, they're not being done. And after time and time of asking, you get nothing. And in reality, if you don't do your job, you get let go.
I hear you. There is where I tell you the difference between executive function and legislative function. You have the power of the purse. That is absolutely right. But I want to be real clear. There wouldn't be a search to be done for a position that has no funds in it. The other side is I don't know why anyone would apply to work for the city of Harrisburg if your position is defunded. Why would you apply for any job here? Any job.
Again,
do your job.
What do you
No.
gave us? You really gave us no. Now we have a great legal opinion because we're in this situation. When we ask about this legal opinion, what could we do? This is short of us taking ourselves to court, which will really look crazy because we've made a decision here at council, and it was ignored.
I believe a legal opinion was provided that stated that they are no longer in an acting position, but now in an interim position, which isn't a position that is legally defined in the code. And so it's been used in the past.
For years, and unfortunately, it's where it is. It just is where it is. I'm just telling you where, at least from my seat, what it looks like. It's hard enough to attract people as it is. I don't think this makes it easier. And I go to court all the time, so I'm not that unused to it. The other things is you can amend the code otherwise. You can add other carrots and sticks, but that's, you can take a legislative action to do that. That when you ask what else you do.
That's what I was getting back to.
Yeah,
So
carrots and sticks. That's you have provisions already that restrict what the controller can do. So.
Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I just don't see how defunding the position is going to help us. I think that by having the interim directors there, it gives the administration the opportunity to look for more qualified.
these positions
If
were
that-
never
They're not-
opened up.
Yeah.
They were never opened up when they had ample time to do it.
Positions were not opened again. What is this? The interim building and housing director, that was never open. So we were never able to see if there were other residents, members of the public that were even interested in the role. This amendment right now, though, I understand the need, but again, we've seen this role done successfully, and this just is not a success for me.
And just piggybacking off of the general conversation, not so much this role, but kind of more into the interim roles. I suppose the other option for the administration would be to fire and hire someone every 120 days. So essentially, they have to come before us every 120 days, I believe statute says. And so the mayor has the right to, or the ability, the duty, and the privilege to appoint someone to fill the role for 120 days. They can then reappoint them again without them having to come to council, because they have to come once they hit that 120-day mark. Am I correct?
Yeah, the only case law out there was a governor reappointing someone the Senate had rejected and then reappointing them again. And the court said that was the governor's right to do, and it was the legislature's right to reject them. And that's the only guidance we have from the courts on this question in Pennsylvania.
Okay, and has that been done as far as these positions?
That's when they converted to the interim, was basically to not keep going through that process. That's how this came about.
Well, when exactly did they convert to the interim?
I think that happened I think it was done in both the Pat Foose administration. It was done, I believe, in the Reed administration, and I believe it was done in the Thompson administration. I believe Mayor Reed took one director and made them the deputy without a director over them because he could not come to an agreement with city council. I mean, there's no, this is really government at its most fundamental with the two branches of government, is trying to find a way to govern and operate and trying to find a way to get the branches to agree. And my point is really just simply about, I have no concern that people vote the way they vote. I just want to make sure it's understood that you can't search for a position that has no funds, right? The mayor doesn't have the
We
ability.
understand that,
Okay.
but again, I can't speak for my colleagues. I'm only speaking for me, and it's very frustrating when we get to a point like this. Now everybody's paying attention to what we have to say, and that's wrong. And I find it disrespectful that when we again, if we pass anything here tonight, it has to be followed. If not, what are we here for? What are we doing? The disrespect that comes out of that position for this body is disrespectful, and it's disrespectful for our people. We knew it when we came in. I said it personally to Mr. Salkowski that I would not be supporting him just based off the resume, and then the attitude didn't help. No one comes and talks to us until this point now, until it's time. We're making a decision, and I think that this is the right decision, whether it passes or not. I just think it's the right decision until we can correct our process.
I will say, I feel like the disconnect here is communication, right? It seems like there isn't much communication happening on an at-large basis between the administration and council. And so it kind of comes down to, okay, well, I'll call your bluff, right? You don't talk to me, I'll take your funds, right? Because the communication is at a standstill. The unfortunate part is that it's the city that suffers, right? By the mayor not talking to council, by council not talking to the mayor. I'm not pointing fingers in either direction. I'm simply saying that no matter what the case, if this is how the communication continues in the future, the city's not going to move forward. Just because the residents talk to us, we make it clear what the residents are telling us. We make it clear what we're expecting to get from the administration as far as communication, as far as reports, as far as community and economic development plans, and it seems like we're not getting those things. And to my colleagues' points, and then there's no communication after we don't get them. And so the only time we seem to get the communication is when it's time for a budget hearing. And then, we kind of get a little bit of a conversation here and there. So I think that's kind of where the biggest issues coming in at is just, it seems like we're not talking. So President Hill?
I don't know if I agree with that. So the quarterly reports were implemented as a mechanism for us to learn what goes on in these departments and bureaus on a quarterly basis, so that when we arrived at this point today to vote on a budget, nothing was a surprise. We would have known maybe months ago in some cases what the needs were and how the departments and bureaus were operating through their budgets throughout the year. So I don't know if it's a matter of communication, and maybe it's one-sided, because as I mentioned during Amendment 1, when the suggestion was made for City Council to utilize a staffer or staffers in the communications department to translate our documents into Spanish, many of these departments aren't even allowed to communicate with us. So that's the reality. So it's a one-sided communication issue. I don't think anybody up here on this dais doesn't want to communicate or maybe want to foster better relationships with the directors or anyone in the departments or bureaus under their purview. But when they're being told they can't communicate with us, that's crazy.
I think that gets exactly to my point of the issue seems to be communication, lack of it.
Yeah, but it's not tick for tack. If you don't speak to me, I'm going to take your. That's not my narrative, so I don't want that to be my narrative. You don't talk to me, so I'm going to take your funding. But I do think this is an opportunity for us as a body to let not only the administration, but our public know that we are willing to stand to correct what's happening in our city. If we don't do this, and it's just my opinion, if we don't take these hard stances, and we have friends, there's people that I communicate with, this is not a personal thing in that regard. It's personal in the city as a whole. But if we don't take a stance now and change this direction of the history of city council and administrations, we have an opportunity to do that. And I think until we can correct in-house stuff, and I hate to do these things publicly because it just doesn't, it's not a good look for us. However, we're not being heard on the other side. I agree with President Hill. Some people get phone calls from administration and others are just completely ignored. And I agree that we've been told that they are not allowed to communicate with us. Now, what does that do for our constituent services? That is bad for our residents. So I'm just going to stand in this space. Whatever the repercussions to this is, Lamont's willing to stand in it.
Councilwoman Davis and then President Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I think that the concern for me is that a lot of the back and forth is personal. It is personal. I've heard from members of the administration, and I've sat here, I haven't missed a meeting since I've been here. They feel threatened. You know, I've been here watching the back and forth, this total disrespect in communication. So I think that this is good that we're having this conversation, but, and it's also an opportunity to move forward. The administration and council, we have to communicate. Our residents deserve communication without the personal attacks that I've witnessed. I've witnessed
Or the personal
attacks.
relationships, if that's the
wait a minute,
case.
let her
If we
finish,
could
let her
allow
finish.
everyone to finish speaking.
That-
President Hill.
Thank you. I just wanted to note for the meeting record that the mayor does not communicate with me. It's a one-way phone call. When I call her back, if she does in fact call, she's only called me twice this year, it goes straight to voicemail. So do you know what that means? That means I'm blocked on her phone. So I wanted to note that. She only communicates with 3 people on council. So it's never, and I wanted to address Councilwoman Davis's point, nothing is personal in this seat. It is about the residents of the city of Harrisburg. That's who we have to answer to. So nothing is personal. It's business.
I wanted to reiterate with the communication. Communication is very important, and there is no communication right now. But I have always said, I will say again, one, nothing up here is personal. Everything I am voting on is because I see our city, we all see our city, and there are at least 2 positions on here, business administrator and LERTA, that have a lot to do with our city. And the business administrator interim acting told me last week he had no opinion on anything that wasn't his business. So that's concerning. LERTA has so much to do, that whole position has so much to do with our city and our economic development. As I said, we have asked time and time again, when you don't get your job done, this is what ends up happening. It's not personal, it's business. Also, the mayor has called me probably maybe 3 times this year. I cannot call her, I'm blocked. I cannot send her any text messages, I am blocked. So the communication is only when she wants it. I am here and I am willing to work with her whenever. I will take any meeting, any phone call. I had one meeting with her, which was on the $250,000 for senior citizen programming. That was the only meeting I had with her, and nothing happened after that. So once again, nothing I'm doing up here is personal. It is business for our city, for our residents, and I want nothing more but to communicate with the administration so we don't come to or have to have or make decisions like this. Thank you.
Any other, Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you. I too have had my phone blocked for nearly a year, but all of my communication goes through my department directors, and they do their best to coordinate different meetings, whether it's with the business administrator or Madam Mayor herself. But I don't let, something just like a blocked phone or, I get it, sometimes people hate you one day, they love you the next day, but I still want to try my best and attempt to reach out in good hopes to communicate and get things done. So even if I was referenced as one of those people who reached out, I have to elaborate, and many of you seen me try to make phone calls and go to voicemail. So, I'm willing to try, and I care. And not saying no one on this dais doesn't, and not saying that the administration doesn't. I just think it's going to take a lot more to overcome a lot of the hurdles and obstacles that we're facing. But I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
All right, any questions regarding Amendment 4, which is a motion to eliminate the funding in the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Project Director for Business Development and LERTA Administrator? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, would you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Okay. No.
Ms. Green,
No.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Amendment 4 passes by a vote of 5 to 2.
Excuse me, Vice President Green, just
Yes.
for me, just a simple point of clarification. Project Director of Business Development and LERTA Administrator, that, correct? That is just one position?
Yes, that is
Okay.
one position.
All right, yeah, great, thank you.
Amendment number 5. I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget for the office of mayor by eliminating the funding in the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Director of Equity and Compliance.
You have a second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah. Again, this is another position that, since I've been here, this role has been in question. And what are we actually getting out of this department? Again, I think the people in that office are better suited in a different position. I hate to be in a position to make a financial decision, but again, this job wasn't easy, and I knew it when I took it. Again, this isn't about Lamont where people can say it's personal, and it's really not. Our people that are paying their taxes and live here in this city to deserve better. This is their tax dollars being spent, and if nothing is being produced, and I will give the individual in that position the benefit of the doubt, being here a short period of time. However, this was the same motions that we made last year, and I don't think anything has changed. So that's where I am on this one.
Any other discussion? Councilwoman Ross?
Yes, I was just going to say, I do understand this amendment. I think that we haven't seen much movement in this department, which is, once again, very important with compliance and equity and making sure that, one, we're using more individuals from our city. That has always been an issue. And if we don't have enough licensed individuals or companies in our city to use, then how do we get them to that spot, which dealt with LERTA and Equity and Compliance working together. However, I do know this role is newly, the position just got filled, and I would like to see what this individual does moving forward. So I will not be supporting this amendment because I would like to see her meet her goals and do her job well as she laid out our last meeting. So I just wanted to explain why I was not supporting this amendment.
Thank you. When it comes to this amendment, I'll say I remember, I think it was 3 years ago, I think I was the first person to make this amendment because I felt like we weren't getting much from the office. I think the presentation contained something of, I go to conferences and take notes for the mayor, and I answer to the mayor. I will say I've seen development in this role since, with the predecessor as well as the individual who currently has this role. It seems like there is some movement going on. I would like to see what comes to fruition. I like the idea of starting an internship program. I like the fact that we are having meetings with small businesses and developers, small businesses and small developers and people from Harrisburg to teach them how to start businesses in Harrisburg, as well as teaching them how to get some of the contracting funds so we can increase our minority and DBE funding in some of our contracts. So I will say I will not support this motion because I want to see where it goes. I also feel like there has been movement in this position. Are there any other? President Hill?
Thank you. I think it's interesting now that you are supportive of the amendment, or not supportive of this amendment, but whatever the case. As I read the job description the other day during the budget hearing, I don't think that really much of anything that was shared or even started relates to the role. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. I believe last year I didn't support it if it came forth. I don't believe I supported it last year. And just to note, I think you were the one that didn't support it when I originally put it forth. I believe it was yourself and Councilman Majors.
I didn't.
Who fought to get it back in.
Yeah,
right?
What happened was I then recommended a motion to keep the salary at the same year's salary. There was no increase for the role. So yeah, I did. And I thought I found value in the role, but now with the new individual and all that she mentioned, I just don't feel like there's alignment. So it's interesting. Our minds kind of changed, flip-flopping, yeah.
Any other questions or comments regarding Amendment 5, which is an amendment to eliminate the funding in the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Director of Equity and Compliance?
Yes. Thank you, Vice President Hill. I think I would not support this amendment. I like to give her an opportunity to develop in this role. She has a team, she has great ideas, and I think that she would be competent in this role. So I like to give her an opportunity. This is an important department, and I don't want to see it go away. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels? Sorry, one more time.
Yes. Could you hear me?
Yep, thank you. Ms. Davis?
No.
Ms. Green?
No.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rawls?
No.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Amendment 5 fails by a vote of 3 to 4.
Amendment number 6, I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget for the Office of Mayor by eliminating the funding in the proposed 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Special Assistant for the Director of Equity and Compliance. Is there a second? Seeing no second, this motion dies. Amendment number 7, I make a motion to amend the 2026 budget for the Bureau of Police by eliminating the proposed funding in the 2026 budget under salaries and wages for the position of Director of Community Engagement and Relations. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and second. Is there anyone interested in discussing this amendment? I'll just say this has been a conversation for a couple of years. I still kind of feel like this role is a little redundant, and that it seems like a lot of the CSAs answer directly to Captain Weiner, And so I kind of feel like, why do we have a middleman when it doesn't seem, I mean, we have really great national night outs, but I feel like that can be, that's not an entire year's position. And so I kind of feel like in some ways it's redundant. And that's kind of something I've said repeatedly, and that one hasn't changed for me. Any other comments?
No, I would just say my sentiments are the same as Vice President Green's. This was the same for me last year. I do feel like it's a redundant position. Once again, nothing personal. It's just, to me, it's a very redundant position and unnecessary.
Councilwoman Davis?
Thank you, Vice President Green. Just a question, is this for the CSAs, the community? Okay, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or conversation? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, would you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rolls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Amendment 7 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Amendment number 8, I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget under the host municipal fee fund by increasing the grant to local units line item, by the sum of $12,600 and designating it to Evolve Youth Trades. Is there a second?
Second that.
It's been moved in second. President Hill?
Thank you. I authored this amendment. We heard from Ms. Robinson. I would like to correct the amount. That amount was for one marking period of instruction. So the cost is $1,800 per student. The request, or the total number of students that would be able to participate under this appropriation would be 7 students from the Harrisburg School District, and the total for the year would be $25,200.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the proposed amendment to the amendment?
Just clarification that, again, this would provide a year's coverage tuition for 7 students from the Harrisburg School District to participate in the Evolve program. They are currently working on a house, so these students would have an opportunity to participate on that project on day 1.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Questions for clarity? Thank you, Vice President Green. So the amount, again, for each student is $1,800?
That's correct.
And for 7 students?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the amount is correct.
It's not. It's for one marking period. That amount that's noted was for one marking period. The $25,200 would be for the entire year for 7 students.
Got it. Okay.
So for the clarity of the motion, it may be worth just withdrawing it as first stated and then restating the motion.
I move to withdraw my motion. Do I need a second?
Yes.
Second.
I would like to make a new motion. I make a motion to amend the 2026 proposed budget under the host municipal fee fund by increasing the grant to local units line item by the sum of $25,200 and designating it to Evolve Youth Trades.
Have a second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
The amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
That is all the amendments that were received prior. I will open it up to anyone who has any other amendments they'd like to make regarding the 2026 proposed budget that was not covered or that you would like to make a motion from the floor. If so, now is the perfect time.
Hold on.
For point of clarification, you may want to make a motion if you basically have decided on the pay raises now. It's just a simple one to reduce those numbers to the current levels, if that's what the council's will is.
Can we do that before we vote?
Right. Can
Yeah,
we vote?
well, no,
on
because it's a
15?
budget amendment still. It's in the budget. You're reducing those numbers in the budget. You can do it that way.
But
Unless,
I don't think we have the answer yet.
it's okay. Yeah.
So if that's all the current amendments for the budget, is that one time for the last amendment? The wrap-up amendment?
That and you need to talk about the technical changes.
All right. I make a motion to approve the 2026 proposed budget as, oh wait, no, that's for afterwards.
That's for the,
That's why I have a line there.
Yeah.
All right. I think that is all for the amendment portion.
Wait, I have a question. Can we move all of the positions that were defunded, the funds, to the host municipality fee fund?
I do
Is that
not
an
believe
option?
so because that is funded by the host municipality fee.
Okay.
So unlike, there's certain funds that are there because of the source of funding. So that's why that is. It's just general fund money that's left in the fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I have to do anything. It just goes back to you, right? I think we have to talk about amending Bill 13 and 14 and then 15.
Sorry, Vice President Green?
Yes.
One more question, just to back up to all the way to the beginning to Amendment 1, the city clerk's salary. And I know you started it by mentioning the $80,765 annual salary. And then President Hill mentioned, and this is me, 70,000. Is really the amount to focus on in the proposed amendment? It's the larger $80,765.
Yes, because it passed.
Okay.
So it'll be the $80,765.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we have additional ordinances for amendment. Bill 13 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 13, 2025, an ordinance amending the codified ordinances of the City of Harrisburg, Title 5, Licensing and Taxation, Part 5, Real Estate Taxes, Chapter 5-501, Property Tax, by establishing for the year 2026 a tax levy on land and improvements and providing for the distribution of taxes levied and assessed and providing for a tax rebate for the difference between the tax due and attributable to the year 2026 tax levy over the tax due and attributable to the year 2006 tax levy for qualifying senior citizens.
Thank you. Council members, is there an appetite to suspend the rules for discussion around this, or are we okay to proceed with the vote? What is your pleasure? Okay, we're good. Next, we have Bill 14 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 14, 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 5-503, Tax Abatement and Exemptions of Title 5, Licensing and Taxation Code, to further extend the statutory termination date by 1 year to December 31st, 2026.
Thank you, council members. Are there any amendments or questions related to Bill 14 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Next, we have Bill 15 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 15, 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 2-701, Compensation of Elected Officials of Title II, Administrative Code, to adjust the compensation of the elected officials of the city of Harrisburg.
Thank you, council members. An amendment was offered earlier. Councilwoman Davis, what is your pleasure? Will you be offering your amendment for a second time, or? Okay, if you wouldn't mind turning on your microphone.
Yes.
Thanks.
I'll offer the second time. So am I to read it again? Okay. Thank you. Good evening again. The issue of salary adjustments for elected officials has been revisited on several occasions, yet compensation has remained. Okay, I'm sorry. I'd like to make an amendment to the proposed budget to establish the 2026 salary for the mayor at $90,000 and council members at $22,250 each. That's it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Mr. Truesdale, could you please reread the motion?
Sorry, did you say reread the motion?
Mm-hmm.
So the motion was to increase or to decrease the salary as stated in Bill 15 to $90,000, and then the respective council members to $22,250.
And a point of clarification for, I guess, Ms. Davis. Well, not, and just that the president of council has a small stipend above that. Is your motion to keep that same stipend, or is it to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And treasurer and controller?
The same. I'm making a motion to change anything else. Is that?
So the.
Is that?
Right. The treasurer and the controller are included in Bill 15.
Yes, that their salaries would be adjusted as the budget recommends. They will both increase, yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
No.
Mr. Jones,
Nay.
Ms. Rawls,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Hill.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 1 to 6.
Thank you. So we still have before us, never mind, we're going to go to ordinances for final passage. We'll begin with, oh no, we can't begin with Bill 12. Bill 13 of 2025, Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 13, 2025, an ordinance amending the codified ordinances of the City of Harrisburg, Title 5, Licensing and Taxation, Part 5, Real Estate Taxes, Chapter 5-501, Property Tax, by establishing for the year 2026 a tax levy on land and improvements, and providing for the distribution of taxes levied and assessed, and providing for a tax rebate for the difference between the tax due and attributable to the year 2026 tax levy over the tax due and attributable to the year 2006 tax levy for qualifying senior citizens.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 13 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Bill 13, 2025 passes by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you. Next, we have Bill 14 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 14, 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 5-503, Tax Abatement and Exemptions of Title 5, Licensing and Taxation Code, to further extend the statutory termination date by 1 year to December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 14 of 2025?
Yeah, I have a question just for clarity to make sure. If this is voted down, this won't affect anyone that's doing business right now in this space, correct?
I don't know the answer to that, in that it won't affect anyone who already has their building permit applied for, even though their project's not started, but it would affect some of the projects that have come before you at land development plans that haven't gotten to the permit stage.
Okay.
Are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 14 of 2025?
I was just going to speak on why I'm going to vote yes for Bill 14. I do have concerns. It's the LERTA program, correct? It does benefit mostly large establishments, not just residents of Harrisburg. And I do understand that. My concern is for the businesses who currently have land development plans in right now, right? If this gets voted down, that could affect them, correct?
If this is voted down and there's a land development plan that has come before you and been approved but hasn't gotten to building permits yet,
Right.
they would either end up delaying, which they could do till there is another LERTA in place, or they would proceed without one, right? That would be where they are. But, you will always have that equation when you're going from a tax abatement program to a tax abatement program.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the ones that you most recently looked at, say since September, construction's a springtime activity.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
not winter.
Right. So I'm saying, so I don't know. I just have no idea how many of those projects have started permit applications or not. I wouldn't know that.
Yeah, and that's a concern for me. I don't know who it would affect, and I'm putting myself in their shoes in that instance. So I will be voting yes for that because of the uncertainty of what could happen. So I just wanted everyone to know why. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I just have a point of information for Solicitor Grover. I'd just like to know, with that directorship, who would be the learner administrator, being as though that was stricken out of the budget due to the amendment? Who then, even if this is passed?
So I always say the shortest sentences in the law are the ones that have the most power. The executive authority of the city of Harrisburg is vested in the mayor. That is the entire sentence. It would be for the mayor to determine who to assign those duties to. You don't need the title to be assigned to duty by the mayor in the administration, and it doesn't really matter that the job description says. It matters that the mayor directs someone to help carry out her authority as the executive. So that's what matters.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any further questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 14 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
No.
Ms. Daniels?
No.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Nay.
Ms. Rolls?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Bill 14, 2025 passes by a vote of 5-2.
Thank you. Bill 15 of 2025. Mr. Truesdale, could you please read it into the record?
Bill 15, 2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 2-701, Compensation of Elected Officials of Title II Administrative Code to adjust the compensation of the elected officials of the City of Harrisburg.
Thank you. Council members, are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 15 of 2025? Okay. I want to ensure my comments are added to your record, so I'm going to repeat them just for this portion. I have thought long and hard about Bill 15 of 2025. I am disappointed that Mayor Williams was not present to discuss the bill during the work session on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. As I've shared previously, Harrisburg City Council did not request this legislation. The legislation was requested by Mayor Williams. I understand the never-ending role of a member of Harrisburg City Council. However, we knew what we signed up for when we decided to run for public office. I feel very strongly that instead of a raise, the mayor, her administration, and Harrisburg City Council should focus their energy on the number of issues present within our city. There are many blighted properties throughout the city, dark streets with no lights, a dying downtown, no real plan to spur economic development, and a parking system that will drive anyone away. These are just some of the issues that should be discussed and acted upon instead of a raise. I would like to remind council that, and everyone, that the city treasurer's office recently resumed regular business hours. Finally, I can count the number of times Mayor Williams called this council incompetent under my leadership. And she wants a raise? No. Mr. Truesdale, please call the vote.
Ms. Daniels,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Nay.
Ms. Rawls,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Hill.
No.
Bill 15, 2025 fails by a vote of 2 to 5.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to pause our legislative session for the amendments that were offered to Bill 12 of 2025.
So there are some technical amendments from the
Okay.
administration that should be put forth in the record based on the language of the final motion.
Okay.
And I said, I will do what I can, and I think McCutcheon will do what he can. And Mr. Koenig may have able to provide some additional if we suspend the rules.
I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules for further discussion around Bill 12 of 2025.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know which one of you will be discussing the technical amendments related to Bill 12 of 2025?
Yeah, certainly. I can start the discussion if
Okay.
that's agreeable. There are approximately 15 pages within the budget document that was submitted upon introduction to City Council. And the main thing about that, about reviewing such pages, and they pertain to personnel, there are some integration issues that are in need of refinement with how the budget book is developed. Namely, for personnel specifically, there are very supporting detailed Excel files that detail each individual position. And those particular schedules were developed painstakingly and were exported into the budget book software, which is the pattern stream, which actually creates the developed budget book. So there's a lot of programming and a lot of interplay between Excel and pattern stream, and then also in the Munis system, there's a module that's referred to as Central Budget Entry, or CBE, which is where the heart of the numbers live. So there is an import from Munis, from CBE as well, into the software for the budget book. So within these 15 or so pages, there, depending on the budget unit, and this all pertains to the general fund, there is also a location in neighborhood services for the city services public works module. anywhere within those particular budget sections, the personnel section appears 2 to 3 times. There's the detailed which line items which look like an Excel file actually, and then there is also in the summary pages that follow that detail section. There's a couple of places where personnel the numbers are. The subtotals in those pages in the non-Excel portion, we're confident we verified those totals back to the budget ordinance, which is what is under review and vote this evening. So there are some again some errors technical errors that relate to where descriptions didn't come across in the import. There's some dollars, older dollars from the prior year, I believe, that are in the one column but are not part of the total, which is fine because that total actually reconciles back to what we've determined for the budget ordinance. So it's, again, making a bit of a long story short, there's some fine tuning that needs to be done, but it's the interplay of essentially 3 systems that are creating the budget book. And in some cases, in these particular pages, there are some refining technical corrections that need to be made.
And I think that translates into a motion to provide substitute pages for those pages that they're talking about. The understanding is the total doesn't change a penny of the budget. It's just that the subparts are inconsistent because of programming. So, and just for the record, since we're on the record, it's pages 47, 57, 58, 71, 80, 84, 85, 98, 131, 132, 145, 146, 156, 157, and 221. So those pages will be substituted to the binder when the program is clarified to make the numbers consistent.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat those again? I missed some in the beginning.
Sure, the page numbers are 47, 57, 58, 71, 80, 84, 85, 98, 131, 132, 145, 146, 156, 157, and 221.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on?
That's a wrap on my section
Okay.
of these adjustments.
Okay.
But there are 2 other types of motions that have to come.
Okay.
I just wanted to emphasize that these are only subsidiary schedules that are intended to support what's already proposed for the ordinance. And we've had a great deal of difficulty with the software, the pattern stream software that's supposed to integrate nicely with Tyler and Munis, but it doesn't always play fairly. Sometimes the goalpost moves, and sometimes there is no goalpost. It has been a real incredible learning experience, and I apologize for the inconvenience of having us have to substitute these pages, but it's a necessary evil under the circumstances.
Thank you. I'll defer to Vice President Green.
Thank you very much. I believe this is the portion where I make the motion, like the official motion? No, the next one?
No,
All right.
there's a bunch of smaller motions that have to be made on the technicals,
Okay.
which is, that was that sheet I shared with you at the beginning. And one would be a motion to increase under police personnel the total sum by $104,803 from errors that had occurred in the budget book. So moving it from $15,386,193 to $15,490.96.
I make that motion.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion?
No, but I thought We suspended the
You did
rules for this
suspend the rules.
discussion, so we have to resume.
Resume the
I'll
meeting.
entertain a motion to resume the legislative session.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. Thank you. Now, sorry, go ahead.
I make the motion to do what the solicitor just read.
To increase the police personnel line item by $104,803 to correct errors in that provision of the budget.
Yes.
There's a second.
Thank you. Are there any questions related to the first technical amendment? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
That amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
The second involves the Fire Bureau. There was a contractual provision that was accidentally left at zero for what's called longevity for post-2014 and the related taxes. And so that would be a motion to increase that provision by $66,551, bringing the total of that provision to $7,871,560.
I make the motion to increase the longevity line item to comply with the contractual obligations as stated by the solicitor.
A
Is there a
second.
second? Thank you. Are there any questions related to technical amendment number 2? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels? One more time, it didn't come through. Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Oh, y-
We heard that that time. Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rawls?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
That amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
The third is in the Bureau of Codes, and it's actually simply to add a position without funding at this point that was discussed during Ms. Wright's presentation to you for food safety inspector. It was discussed, it's a July 1 job, but they can't fund it come July if they don't have it in this budget. So the position to add is food safety specialist, and it's a management position.
I make the motion to add the position of the food safety specialist.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions related to technical amendment number 3? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rawls?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
That amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
The next is in the Parks and Recreation Department. There was an employee, the community event coordinator, whose salary was misstated in there. So therefore that and the wage increase are both incorrect. So it would change the total budget for that, for personnel, by $4,306. It's bringing it from $651,613 to $655,919.
I make a motion to correct the community events coordinator salary and associated cost as stated by the solicitor.
A second.
Thank you. Are there any questions related to technical amendment number 4? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
This amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
The next is in the park maintenance. There was an error in the overtime calculation, and it is an increase of $25,067 for that, for both the overtime and the related taxes, moving from $93,348 to $118,415. It's a difference of $25,067.
I make a motion to correct the park maintenance overtime line item as stated by the solicitor.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions related to technical amendment number 5? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
This amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
And the final one is in the communications department. There is a union position where the individual moved up to a step 2 earlier in the year, but the original step 1 numbers were put in there, so it didn't capture. So it changes by $3,113 for both the salary and the taxes, moving from $50,241 to $53,355.
I make a motion to correct the communications line item salary related to this employee as stated by the solicitor.
I second.
Thank you. Are there any questions related to technical amendment number 5? Oh, 6, I'm sorry. Couldn't read my own handwriting. Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Excuse me. Ms. Hill.
Yes.
This amendment passes by a vote of 7-0.
I believe that is all of them unless finance has something in addition.
Finance, do you have any additional technical amendments? Is there anything that we may have missed?
President Hill, I have no additional technical amendments. However, I would be remiss if I didn't own up to the fact that I screwed up a couple of these things. This wasn't all just software. There were a couple of things that were my bad, and I just want to own up and take responsibility for that.
Well, that's okay, but thank you for taking ownership. We appreciate it, your honesty. So if there are no further technical amendments at this time, it is 8:36 p.m. We will pause our meeting to allow finance to account for the amendments that were made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The time is now 10:16 p.m. I would like to resume our legislative session. We left off with the finalizing of numbers from the proposed amendments.
So Madam President, these numbers Finance have prepared include each of the amendments the council had made, each of the technical amendments that had numbers associated with them, and the removal of the increase in the 10 public official salaries. So all three of those have been accounted for.
Okay. Thank you. Are we going to read through the numbers?
We would have to read them into the record. I didn't know if you wanted to make the motion first.
Okay.
Or you want, so we could do either way. We could make a summary of the changes and make a motion to that, or you can make your motion to adopt the budget with the following changes, whichever the chair prefers.
I'll defer to Vice President Green.
I will make the motion first, and then we can read them in. Yes, ma'am. I make a motion to approve the 2026 proposed budget as amended, and further to authorize necessary technical corrections as discussed in the course of budget hearings.
Second.
And would you like me to summarize the changes?
If you would, Solicitor Grover.
Thank you. There is an amendment to line 8, section 1, general fund, decreasing the total budget number from $88,182,276 to $88,020,172. Yeah, whatever. It's late. I'm tired. And then there are corresponding changes onto line 10 and 11 to represent those number changes. There is a amendment to line 14 for general government, reducing the number for that section from $3,458,978 to $3,419,863. There is an amendment to line 17 personnel under city council, reducing that number from, do I get that right? Okay. From first for line 17, it's from 403,482 to 391,280. Is that 86? It's 80.
That's a zero.
So I just got a clarification. Didn't we increase that line item? Oh, it's the elected official salaries. I'm thinking, okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's the combination of both.
They were included.
Yeah. So, and it also amends line 21 from $557,482 to $545,280. There's amendment to line 24 into the mayor's office personnel, reducing the line item from $514,034 to $497,504.
It's $519,034.
Yeah, okay. $519,034, $594 to $497,504. There is an amendment to line 28 in the mayor's office, reducing it from $583,909 to $562,379. There is an amendment to line 31 in personnel, reducing the controller's office from $184,477 to $179,094. There is an amendment to line 35 for the controller's office, reducing the total budget from $185,727 to $180,344. There is an amendment to line 50 under the Department of Administration, reducing the total of $7,246,818 to $7,105,788. There is a amendment to line 53 under the Office of Business Administrator under Personnel, reducing the number from $224,215 to $80,072. There is an amendment for line 57 for the total for Business Administrator's Office from $301,365 to $157,222. There is an amendment to line 74, personnel, under Bureau of Communications, increasing the number from $423,255 to $426,368. There's an amendment to line 78 for the total for communications, increasing the number from $518,755 to $521,868. There is an amendment to line 101, Department of Building and Housing Development, total, reducing the number from $703,259 to $617,712. There is an amendment to line 111 on personnel, Bureau of Business Resources Development, reducing the number from $199,226 to $113,679. There is an amendment to line 115, total budget for Business Resources Development, from $206,426 to $120,879. There is an amendment to line 118, Department of Public Safety, increasing the total from $37,579,650 to $37,678,932. There is an amendment to line 28 under Personnel, Bureau of Police, increasing from $17,971,333 to $18,004,064. There is an amendment to line 132, Bureau of Police, increasing the line from $20,731,759 to $20,764,490. There is an amendment to line 135 for personnel under fire, increasing the line from $11,430,041 to $11,496,592. There is an amendment to line 139, the total for Bureau of Fire, increasing the total budget from $15,330,678 to $15,397,229. There is an amendment to line 142, Department of Public Works, increasing the line from $9,982,479 to $9,986,785. There is an amendment to line 60 under Parks and Recreation Enrichment Personnel, increasing the number from $1,271,613 to $1,275,1919. There is a line for an amendment to line 164 for the total for Parks, Recreation, Enrichment for the budget number of $1,890,113,000 to $1,894,419. There is an amendment to line 210 under Section 3 for host municipalities fee fund, increasing the total from $522,842 to $548,042 and making the related changes to line 213 and 214. There is a change to line 221 under host municipality fee fund on other, increasing the line from $350,000 to $375,200. There's a change to line 222 for the total for host municipality fee funds, increasing the line from $522,842 to $548,042. There is a change to line 337, Section 5, Neighborhood Services Fund, increasing the total from $22,067,160 to $22,092,227, and corresponding changes to lines 239 and 240. There is an amendment to line 251 under Bureau of Neighborhood Services Personnel, increasing the number from $1,340,457 to $1,365,524. There is a line, an amendment to line 255 for total for parks maintenance of from $1,804,707 to $1,829,774. And I believe that it represents all changes.
Thank you.
And if it please the council president, we will reduce these to a digital form of changes tomorrow with the clerk's office prior to submitting to the mayor for signature.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Sorry I couldn't find my agenda anymore. Okay, so before us we have Bill 12 of 2025 as amended.
You need to vote on that, what the motion on the
Oh,
floor.
the motion on the floor for the changes. Okay, excuse me. There's a motion on the floor to adopt the changes that were physically made on Bill 12 of 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any final discussion on the amendments to Bill 12 of 2025? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels?
This is the final bill, right?
No, this is the
No.
motion, the final motion for the technical corrections Solicitor Grover just read into record.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yay.
Ms. Rolls?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
This motion passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
And then just what was amended.
So now we have Bill 12 of 2025 as amended for consideration. Are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 12 of 2025 as amended?
Just a question for Solicitor Grover. When is the deadline for us to be able to make a decision on Bill 12 without forfeiting our power to override a veto? So if we want to take time to have a conversation with the administration, if they're willing to have a conversation, when is our deadline before,
Well,
if passed?
there's a couple deadlines involved. One is you would have to recess the meeting, which would allow you to bring it back. But as of today, if you have voted on it tonight, because of the way the law works, the mayor has 10 days to either approve, veto, or do line item vetoes, or do nothing and let it pass. Just not have it signed. Those are her options. That is on, as of today, May or December 26th, because although the city is closed under union contract for the 26th, it is not a state or federally declared holiday. So that is your 10th day. The 10th day would be Christmas Day right now. So that Friday, the mayor would have to act. So if you move it, even by a day, you move it into the following week. And that will leave you in the same position you were in last year.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that clear.
Right.
Because I would love to be able to open it up to have conversation, that maybe we might get more conversation now. But I also don't want to take powers away from city council by doing that. So I do hope that maybe after this, if there is a veto forthcoming, that at least it can spur some conversation so that we can come to the best resolution for the residents of Harrisburg.
there's a 72-hour wait, a 3-day wait, if the mayor vetoes it from a minimum you have, and you have to be done before midnight on December 31st. That's the council. If they were to come back, if the mayor had a veto of anything and the council wanted to vote to override that, that's your clock.
Thank you. Are there any final questions, comments, or concerns related to Bill 12 of 2025 as amended? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Truesdale, could you please call the vote?
Ms. Daniels,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yay.
Ms. Rawls,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Bill 12, 2025, as amended, passes by a vote of 6-1.
Is there any old business for discussion, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none. New business, Vice President Green.
Yes, thank you, President Hill. I would just like to take time to say thank you to Councilwoman Daniels. I know this will likely be your last legislative meeting with us. So just thank you for representing the residents of Harrisburg for what I believe is 12 years, for advocating for all those that are often forgotten, for fighting for the use of language line services before the issue was popular, for starting our youth commission, which still continues on today, giving our youth the opportunity to get firsthand experience in our local government, for chairing different committees from Parks and Rec to Building and Housing and Community and Economic Development. Through the journey of becoming a mother, starting new jobs, and many other life milestones, you still took time to represent the residents of Harrisburg with respect and dignity. As a resident of Harrisburg and as a colleague, I just want to say thank you for always being you and for dedicating so many years to the residents of Harrisburg and the betterment of Harrisburg. So just thank you.
Is there any other
Thank you.
new business? Okay. If there's no other new business, the time is 10:33 p.m. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.